All right. Hello, everyone. Oh, wrong tab. Yep. There we go. Yes. Let me fix calibration real quick, and there we are. Yes, I can see you now. Well, I can actually look at you. But today, we have some interesting things to talk about. Yes, before I get into the drawing. But before I do that, how is everyone doing today? Doing well, I hope. Let me pull up the Kick chat. Wait, at least I can keep an eye on you guys. There we are. So, without further ado. Oh yeah, I have hand tracking. I forgot I turned that on. Let's see, where? Oh yeah, I forgot it's. I don't understand why it's all the way up here. Like, I'm holding my hand above my head right now. I promise. Tracking. Movement range. Oh, there we go. Woohoo! yeah, you can't even see half the stuff I'm doing. Let me turn on. Hello, Prince. Hello there. Yes. Trying to fix hand settings. Yeah, my hand is currently on my head as of right now. I don't know why hand tracking is all the way down here, but it is, and I'm gonna try to fix that real quick. Position. Hang on, let me. So right here, yeah, I have no idea why the hell that's like that. Oh. There we are. There we are. And now I can wave my hand around and do silly gestures that I always do. Sweet. So, on today's episode of trying not to fuck shit up, we've got a few things to talk about. I don't know if this would be your cup of tea or not, but we will begin with a funny, something lighthearted, sort of. United flight to Spain turns back to Newark after teen's Bluetooth speaker named Bomb. Oh boy. By Gary Leff. Just yes. Oh no, that's earlier today. May has 31 days. Always forget that. Anyway, United Flight 236 from Newark to Palma de Mallorca? Mallorca? What the? That was fucking weird. Diverted back to New Jersey on Saturday night over a passenger's Bluetooth signal. Which I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to use Bluetooth on a plane. That might just be cell data stuff you're not allowed to use, but I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to use Bluetooth either. That was treated as a threat against the Boeing 747-400ER aircraft. The 4 p.m. departure was I think that's supposed to say initially. The 4 p.m. departure was delayed a couple of hours over a broken panel per passenger reports. About an hour after takeoff, crew repeatedly announced that all passengers had to turn off Bluetooth devices or the aircraft would return to Newark. After Bluetooth devices were still appearing, one passenger says that it was announced that the order was coming from Chicago HQ A 1 minute final warning was given when 2 remaining devices were showing. A later announcement allegedly said that an individual had done something with Bluetooth that was threatening to flight safety. A 16-year-old passenger on board turned out to have a Bluetooth speaker named Bomb. If you're going to bring a Bluetooth speaker onto a plane, one, you shouldn't have a Bluetooth speaker on the plane. Leave it in your carry-on, sure. Leave it on your stowed luggage, sure, if you're going to be taking that with you. Why would you bring, I'm not even Italian, but I'm doing the thing. Why would you bring a fucking speaker onto a plane if you're, I can make a guess. I could make a guess. I could inject. But I'm not going to, because this is Twitch and YouTube, and I would be a racist if I did that. But One passenger reports that the teen confessed and that he was taken into custody once they were on ground. Yes. Looks like a quote from someone. What's going on out there? There was, I believe, a security issue on that 767 out there. Why do I want to say 747? It's a fucking 6. Out there. Someone decided to name the Bluetooth speaker a certain name, so they have a security concern here. So they have a security concern there. I'm staying right after that. They're at level 4 again. What was the cause for level 4 the first time? I wonder. Anyway. Some stuff I'm not going to play. Emergency vehicles approached the aircraft after landing, and air stairs. Never heard of those before. Emergency vehicles approached the aircraft after landing, and air stairs met the plane at a remote location. The aircraft was stopped and told to shut down engines as authorities moved in. Here's a photo. Another photo, view from inside the terminal. Oh, that's cool. Passengers deplaned with phones and passports. Multiple things. Passengers were deplaned with phones and passports, were reportedly driven around on buses for about an hour, and taken back into the airport. There we go. That's supposed to be a 3. There. Now you can see it. Throwing up signs or something. Belongings other than phones remained on the plane. Once in the airport, everyone was rescreened by security. During their time in the terminal, passengers were issued a $15 meal credit. Everyone reboarded around 2:30 a.m. And they probably still had to spend like $5. Fucking Christ. And I don't know if you've ever traveled, but airport food, fucking expensive for no reason. There's some speculation that the product in question could have been the bomb portable Bluetooth speaker. That's plausible, but it's not at all substantiated. There we go. Why are words so hard? Why? English is my first language. It shouldn't be this difficult. And it seems just as likely to me that the kid thought their music was da bomb. It was only last week when a United captain gave passengers 30 seconds to turn off an anti-Semitic Wi-Fi hotspot named... What? I might have to read that one before going to the other stuff. It's right at the end. All right. Or he threatened everyone's phones would be inspected. We've seen many incidents where airlines react to Wi-Fi network names from passengers, like an Austin Charlotte flight delayed 4.5 hours last year after a passenger named their Wi-Fi network, "I have a bomb." Why would you name yourself that? Why? Police boarded passengers were deplaned and held, bags were offloaded, and everything was rescreened. 1 year on 9/11, a passenger hold on, gotta plug in my headphones. There we go. Okay, I just accidentally bumped my microphone. Whoops. Whoopsie daisies. Where was I? Yes. 1 year on 9/11, a passenger named the device Southwest bomb on board, and then changed it to the bomb is on the seat. Things got sorted and everyone realized it was a joke when it was later changed to something about the flight attendant being hot. Oh, fucking people. I can't believe it. If you live in an apartment or condo building, odds on you seeing several names meant to be clever. Odds on. Odds are? That's not a fucking sentence. But okay. Grammar policing. Yeah, don't make me be an honorable pest here. I will give you the grammar Nazi treatment. Most of them aren't. If you're going to choose condo girl, you might as well leave the default set to... Wait, that's the default? Oh, geez. And I guess it's fine to name your home Wi-Fi Al-Qaeda sleeper cell or Russian FSB surveillance van. But using that on a plane causes problems. Fucking people. But we have some less lighthearted news. We have, to begin all of this, fucking pause. Okay, fine. Get muted, idiot. You're just not gonna do the thing? No, okay. Anyway, as per Max Genest, an Indian immigration consultant in Winnipeg says rising racism against Indians has pushed many PR holders to return to India. She believes narrowing immigration pathways is meant to appease racist Canadians and is fueling more racism. Okay, now, hold on. Question. All right. If you are giving the people what they want, hypothetically, and is in certain aspects potentially good, in certain aspects potentially bad, but realistically, when you are giving the people who are asking for their jobs back, people who have lived there and in a location for multiple generations, when you're giving them, one, the chance for people to have job opportunities back. What's a good way to phrase this? For one, people don't like their jobs being taken. For two, people don't like the people that are taking their jobs. Three, people don't like the culture of the people that are taking their jobs. Four, the people that are taking those jobs are finally leaving. I don't see, for one, I don't personally see the problem here. And I've met plenty of immigrants. All of them are great people. I can definitely see how, some people might like some or might dislike some. God, oh, fuck. What the fuck is that? Oh, there we go. Hot dog. Fuck, sorry about that. I guess what I'm trying to say here is rising racism against Indians has pushed many PR holders to return to India. What is causing the rise in the racism? Because if it's them leaving, me personally, I don't see how that would cause a rise in the racism. This isn't a fucking 6-7 before anyone says it. Maybe there's something I'm missing, but let's let the lady herself speak here. Oh no. We're narrow. Okay. If I exclusively get something like, let's say I am hosting a party, and every time I host a party, I get the exact same food, like the exact same. All right. Let's say I make meatloaf and I only have like grape soda or something. If everyone knows over and over again, I'm going to have meatloaf and I'm going to have grape soda, people are going to not want to go to the party because they know what they're going to get. They have grown accustomed. They don't like it anymore. They want it gone. That's basically what I understand is happening here. Like, people are just sick of it. Oh no. When you have multiple instances, and I actually have something that kind of I'm building up to, or at least trying to. When you have a group of people who do not assimilate, who do not try to follow the culture, who, by virtue of their own culture, for better or worse in certain aspects, exclusively try to stay in group because of stuff like, I'm going to specify using Indian culture here. There's something called Izat. Izat is effectively I helped you. I am better than you because I helped you. That is what Izat does. And over again, and we see this here in America, if you pay attention, especially with larger corporations like Google, like, well, Facebook hasn't done it yet, and Meta hasn't either, but there's small cliques in both. And it's especially obvious on things like YouTube. But you have instances of for whatever qualifications that they have, an Indian, not being racist. This is unfortunately a not uncommon thing. But when you have someone who may be Indian be brought in, all of a sudden you see a bunch of other Indians being hired. And what the fuck are my hands doing? There we go. A little less wonky. You can see, like, almost immediately, like, bring in a bunch of other Indians. And you can see it in Xbox. Xbox would be a fairly decent example. Apple would be a good example. I'm going to use Google again. You can immediately see a huge shift in leadership after. I don't want to just say, oh, it's always an Indian, because it's not always an Indian. Unfortunately, the Indians just happen to do it fairly often. But you can see it after an Indian is in, that suddenly it's another Indian, another Indian, another Indian. And people get sick and tired of it. I'm trying to be nice about it, but people get sick and tired when it is exclusively, like, when they get passed over for stuff. And you can see this in America. In fact, actually, excluding this kind of ties into more H-1B stuff, but you can see instances of, like, companies making absolutely outrageous, like, qualifications for entry-level jobs. No one's going to have those qualifications for an entry-level job because it's supposed to be entry-level. Who the fuck needs 10 plus years of experience turning a switch on or off? No one needs it. And then eventually those companies will say, oh, well, we tried. And then they'll use H-1Bs in order to bring in a bunch of other people. And that is what they do, for better, but mostly for worse. And in Canada, the primary benefactor for that sort of stuff tends to be Indians. And that plays back into the Izat, because It's oftentimes once people get into power, once an Indian gets into a position where they can hire people, you'll see it immediately. Indians hire more Indians, hire more Indians. I don't have anything against an Indian. I don't. But unfortunately, I do have an issue with the culture that, unfortunately, tends to follow them in the corporate world. And this right here, what she's talking about, this lady, is just the culmination of people who see it. I don't want to say see it the same way I do, but hold a fairly similar opinion to what I'm talking about. But speaking of narrowing immigration pathways and the increase of racism, we have Dwight Singh. God fucking damn it, pause. Wait, actually, is this the first one? What the fuck? Anyway, we have Dwight Singh Schrute, who is, oh, he's a Sikh. Okay. But a Canadian Sikh, not to be confused with an English Sikh. We don't like English. We don't like the English ones. But Dwight Singh Schrute. Oh wait, this is an extension of that one. Well, shit, I'll just start from the top. I don't need this. All right. All right. Off of, the increase of racism, we have probably a good example as to why it's increasing, and not that, making the pathways more narrow is the cause of the racism. But instead, it's probably the fact of this right here. Per Dwight Singh Schrute, hope I'm saying that right, another Bishnoi gang member caught shooting illegal firearms in Caledon, Ontario. Caledon? Oh, I'm not Canadian. The Bishnoi gang is an Indian government-backed Hindu gang which is designated as a terrorist group in India. Are any of these guns legal? You can thank the liberals for importing Indian terror. And this is the sort of stuff that actually causes racism. Right here. Specifically terrorists. As per the wise bullshit of Mamdani, after 9/11, his aunt was terrified to go on the subway because of her hijab. Well, when you have a bunch of people being not even immigrated, but imported, like this right here, people don't like these kinds of people anymore. People don't like it because they see this. Let me rotate my hand the right way. Yeah, people see this guy right here, and they immediately associate all the other ones with him. Even though I can guarantee you 9 out of 10 of them probably don't even know what this guy's doing. But following up from Mr. Dwight here, the same gang sent a letter to Abbotsford police threatening them if they didn't back off, they would release 1,000 gunmen. These gangs are being operated at Indian embassies across Canada with support from the government of India, all the way up into Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister. Wait, that's his first name? Narendra? Huh. I didn't know that. The more you know. But yeah, when you have this happening, it's not, narrowing it down. That's causing the racism. It's this sort of shit that causes racism, which causes things to be narrowed. And unfortunately, it's not uncommon, especially in cases like this, for people to just say, "Oh, woe was me, I'm the victim here," which unfortunately some of them might be, mostly due to the Indian terrorists. But that's besides the point. I'm going to rant. I'm going to rave. Yes, delete group. But side note, someone that I can make a little bit more fun of because it's actually in my country. As per Brent Schur, new, it's real. Here's Graham Plattner. Graham Plattner, the current Democrat frontrunner for the state of Maine. Graham Plattner, not to be confused with Graham Planter, as some funny people might call him. Here is Graham Plattner's active profile on Kik. K-I-K, not K-I-C-K. We like C-K. We don't like the Ks. Big difference. As a, quote, predator's paradise, end quote, app, known as a hotbed for child pornography, kidnapping, and sexual abuse. Apparently, ooh, it's a Daily Wire article? Well, let's see. Yes, this Kik. This K-I-K, not K-I-C-K, once again. Graham, fuck you. No. No, we ain't doing this shit. Get the fuck, oh. Reload. Block elements. Nope. Darn. Well, that's not going to work. Darn. I funny meant a bit too hard, and now I can't read it. Book. No. Oh, well. What's this? Okay. Ooh, that was a word that I don't think I can show. But, yeah, for those who don't know who Graham Plattner is, he is best known for having the Totenkopf tattoo, which was often associated with the mustache man from World War II, his brigades. And he claimed that it was because he was in the military and because he wasn't told not to. You know, because he's a grown-ass fucking adult. But he wasn't told not to for some reason. And, yeah, he's a retard. But, oh, and he also said someone should have died and deserved to, and the only reason he didn't was because the Taliban sucked at shooting. But I don't remember exactly what that was for when it came to the, like who he was talking about. So, take that with a grain of salt. But continuing on, we have from, oh yeah, this. I don't remember exactly how everything's set up here, but I'm going to brief pause on this. All right. And instead, I'm going to go, right, God, no, fucking pause. No, pause. And I'm not going to listen to everything that Nick is going to say here, but California passed the Stop Nick Shirley Act, as per Nick Shirley himself. This week, the California Assembly passed AB 2624. This bill will criminalize investigative journalism involving the immigrant population. It would have made it illegal to expose the Somali Learning Center if it were in California or or the Armenian hospice fraud in LA if they claimed reasonable fear. Air quotes. The bill protects immigration support services providers, which means services provided to immigrants, including healthcare. It has been proven that millions, potentially billions of dollars in fraud has taken place in, quote, immigrant support services, end quote, which includes nonprofits and NGOs in the state funding. NGOs, the state funds. Sorry, I can't read. California is trying to make it harder to expose fraud and scare individuals from investigating it, as they could be forced and sued to remove the video, forced to pay attorney's fees, and ordered to pay a minimum of $4,000 in damages. This bill was created by Mia Bonta, the Attorney General's wife. She has made 4 separate versions of this bill because each version violates the First Amendment and is extremely unconstitutional, which it is. Plain and simple, California politicians need the fraud to continue because they depend on fraud to push their agendas. End all the fraud. Which actually, let's see. California Bill 2624. Which well, here. Let me just read where most of the blue. Oh, yeah, let me just read. Let's read this part right here. This versus. Actually, let me double check to make sure that this is exactly what I would want to read in order to best culminate what I'm saying. Oh boy, which fucking iteration is this? But examples. Yeah, this is some of the bullshit right here. A person, business, or association shall not knowingly publicly post or publicly display, disclose, or distribute on the internet the personal information or image of any designated immigrant support services provider, employee, or volunteer, or other individuals residing at the same home address, which a lot of the fraud that Nick Shirley pointed out was ran out of the people's houses. So stuff like this is literally, it would have protected the immigrants that Shirley went after. And quite frankly, all of this is unconstitutional. But let me at least read out some of this shit. Anyway. Services provider, employee, or volunteer, or other individuals residing at the same home address with the specific intent to do either of the following. A. Incite a third person to cause imminent great bodily harm to the designated immigration support services provider, employee, or volunteer identified in the posting or display, or to a co-resident of that person where the third person is likely to commit this imminent harm. Now, I would like to know what they're exactly describing as imminent harm, but it's probably just, to make it sound scarier, because that's what it always is. Where was I? There I was. So that was A. Or B, threaten the designated immigration support services provider, employee, or volunteer identified in the posting or display, or a co-resident of that person in a manner that places the person identified or the co-resident in objectively reasonable fear for their personal safety. Well, when you are a fraud and you've been stealing taxpayer dollars, of course you're going to have a fear because people don't like frauds. People don't like liars. People don't like thieves. So inherently, in my unprofessional opinion, I, not a lawyer, I do not have a law degree. Yeah, realistically, you would be in an immediate fear because, well, people don't like you if you steal, if you cheat, if you thieve from the system. But I could read this whole thing. I'm not going to for the sake of time. But long story short, wrath, anger, it is a disease. Ay caramba. But kind of bouncing from this, the reason why this is extra concerning isn't exclusively due to immigration fraud. But if this were to pass, it could then be used, potentially, in the future to expound and continue forward. Specifically, in the case of someone like right here. For Reckless Ben to do what he does, and brief summary for those who don't know anything about this whole situation. Long story short, there is a company called Bricks and Minifigs. Now, I'm being very careful with what I'm saying here. I am not part of this. This is only what I understand. I'm not saying that these are the facts. I'm not saying that this is exactly what happened. I'm describing what I remember of the situation, how it was presented to me. A few months ago, there was a company, well, rather a franchise of a company, and it is important to distinguish the two. One is effectively a family or a group. Why are you doing that? Long story short, a handful of people can buy a franchise license effectively. McDonald's is a good example. Taco Bell is a good example. Everything from what was Toys R Us, all of them basically. Why are you doing that? What the fuck? I don't know why I'm suddenly growing a hand on my face. But they could pay for a license that says, hey, we're part of a franchise. We are directly tied to the corporate aspects of it. And granted, I've never owned a franchise. This is just something that, from my understanding of these, what the fuck? Sorry, human anatomy is hard to replicate. But this is just what I understand. This business right here, out of Utah, important later, did a consignment deal with a man who had severe health complications. I can't remember if it was cancer or not. I think it was cancer, but don't quote me on that. So this company right here said, hey, we do consignments. Well, this franchise right here said, hey, we do consignments. This is okay with the company. And there's evidence that shows that the company does in fact do consignments. I've seen it. That much is true. 1 second. Gotta get a swig of water. So they hand over the Legos, and it is the biggest set of Star Wars Legos, like boxes on boxes on boxes size. Basically, they had to clear out the entire store for just this guy's collection. And it was like $200,000 worth. Yeah, right. I'm pointing to the screen. But as you can see up there, $200,000 worth of Legos. So the people who owned the franchise here, great people, worked with them, they basically told corporate, hey, we kind of want to retire soon. We're thinking about moving to Spain. Is that all right? Corporate basically said, and they corporate claimed, because they're a franchise, corporate does have the capacity to do this. They yoinked the business from them, pulled it away, and basically said, we don't have these Legos anymore. Don't know what you're talking about. Now, I would say everyone who stole us $200,000 needs to be throttled personally. I would never do that. I would never say for anyone to do that. I'm just saying when the big man upstairs finally gets a hold of them, they're going to be wrung dry. Would it be ringed or wrung? Oh wait, it wouldn't be ringed. Ringed is describing if something has rings on it. So it would be wrung like this. Yeah. Past participle of the verb ring, which means to twist, squeeze, or compress something. Okay, so yeah, it is wrung right there. I forget ring like that has a W in front of it. But important things have happened since then. Specifically, Reckless Ben, as you can pivot. Quit doing silly things. There we go. YouTuber Reckless Ben is facing up to 5 years in prison and had to flee to Mexico. Oh yeah, I forgot he had to do that. Flee to Mexico after exposing Bricks and Minipigs, a Mormon Lego company in Utah. Mormon comes important later. The company allegedly stole a sick family's $200,000 collection and seems to have weaponized the local police against Ben. Which, from everything that I've seen, is true. But I'm not going to say anything should happen. Aside from the family should get their money. But, continuing on, Reckless Ben eventually does, in fact, take legal action against these guys because they said, we don't have your Legos. You can't prove it. If you want to do anything, take us to court. Well, they took him to court and managed to get to one guy, managed to sue that guy, managed to win, which eventually led to this right here being permanently closed. He, in an attempt to find the other guy, because he needed a goofy connection in order to prove that he had the legal right to go after him. So went, and eventually found something, which inevitably led to a warrant, which is bogus. I will say that. I will bet my bottom dollar on that. It is a completely bogus charge because in prior instances, like during phone calls between Reckless Ben here trying to get into contact with the people that he was suing at the time, when he called, one of them specified that he stole the Legos. Now, Reckless Ben isn't from Utah. He literally has never seen the boxes. So it's a mystery as to how he could have stolen them. But they basically tried to claim that a GoFundMe, during all of this, they tried to claim a GoFundMe was the reason as to how he stole the Legos. Don't ask me exactly how. It's clinically retarded. And unfortunately, I bitched about the Indians earlier having like their Azat. This is the exact same thing, just with like white people, honestly. Like, I can appreciate having close ties with your community. But when you actively, over and over and over again, what's a good way to phrase this in order to be YouTube friendly? I don't think I'm being YouTube friendly at this point anyway, but I might as well try to be. Mormons are supposed to be people of God. My brother in Christ, you're committing like so many sins. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not sleep with another man's wife. Because, well, actually, that's what Ben's going to do after all of this finally blows over, because someone's probably going to be going to prison, and poor little Miss, wife of the person that goes to prison, needs someone to keep them warm at night. But over and over again, the police, very antagonistic, very, very much against the better interest of the community. What the? Quit trying to 6-7 on me. Fucking Christ. But I would highly recommend Moist Critical's series on this. He has done very thorough analysis. Well, he basically has done a thorough analysis on Reckless Ben's videos. He has some pretty good context, pretty good explanations as to certain things. I don't agree with everything that Critical says, but he's definitely, you know, I'm right alongside him on this one. But, you might be wondering, Pastor, why did you bounce off of Nick Shirley for this? Because shit like this, citizen journalism, can you don't? Okay, just no hands, fine. But this is the sort of shit that we need citizen journalism for, especially when it comes to avid corruption here. But if we don't have citizen journalism like this because of shit like the Stop Nick Shirley Act, this never would have seen the light of day. No one would have known about this because it would have been illegal. And because it would have been illegal, it would have been taken down, would have been suppressed. No one would have known about this. And that would have been a grave miscarriage of justice. So that's why I bounced off of that into this. But, new thing. Oh, now you want to be useful. Yeah. A little bit old news-wise. This is a few days ago. So you've probably already heard about this. But a judge, a miss, I think, a woman judge, which if you subscribe to the Nexenor doctrine, only 1 out of 13 judges should be female, as per the Bible. I think women can be perfectly capable of being judges. Just, you know, when they suddenly decide to overrule an entire law because, I don't know, my vagina or something. I do think that they shouldn't be a judge. That's just me. Ooh, some yellow dip fuck on the internet. But as per Eric Doherty, holy crap, a liberal judge just unilaterally nullified a law requiring proof of citizenship to vote in New Hampshire, saying it is not needed because voter fraud is rare. They want illegals voting. That is what Doherty's claiming. Not me. Although I agree that they probably do. Judge Samantha Elliott, probably Samuel actually, is a leftist woman appointed by Joe Biden. Listen, man, you had me at Samantha after judge. Like, that ain't a Samantha, dude. That's a dude Samantha, if anything. Appointed by Joe Biden. The Supreme Court reportedly, I think there's supposed to be a will. The Supreme Court reportedly will weigh in on requiring proof of citizenship to vote. Blah, blah, blah. Do the right thing and pass this. Okay, and now he's propagandizing a little bit. Just to a wee bit more down here. Up here is, in fact, also propagandizing, but that's besides the point. So let's listen to this, shall we? All right. And the politics fliss files. Unfortunately. I would love to know what those affidavits include, but and I don't personally think people's words have much weight to them anymore, unfortunately. I'm not going to say anything. You were going to say something. I know it. Yes, definitely. Oh man, I wait. The U.S. Supreme Court. Oh, I thought they were talking about the Supreme Court of New Hampshire. Ooh. I'm interested to hear how that's going to go, because I think there's probably one of two ways that it could be taken up with the Supreme Court. Because either they're going to try to make the argument that here's the hang on, let me pull my hand over. Here are the two things. All right, one is potentially that this is going to turn into, can a judge nullify something under the basis of whether it's legitimate or not, under the basis of constitutionality, just unilaterally, or it's going to go to the Supreme Court and then they're going to say, well, this is a state issue. This needs to be handled on the state level. Now, granted, I don't know if that's going to happen or not, because this is a federal judge right over here. And fun fact about federal judges, they are a Supreme Court problem. The more you know. So I'm curious to see where this goes. But with all of that being said, I'm currently through. Shut the fuck up. Currently through with the pulled up stuff that I had. Without further ado, and let me. Black screen, go. Let me see. Stroking my beard right now. What to do? I suppose I can continue working on this. Come on, Credo. Load faster. Actually, I can hop over to here. Let me skadoosh. Actually, yeah, I can even remove that. Yay, and I can hide this because I'm not working on anything like that. I'm working on this today. Which I can actually... Yeah, let me hop over to posing camera. Yes, you now are seeing standing Aster. It's terrifying. Me also this a little bit more. enjoyable to look at. There we are. I need that. And there we are. Oh yeah. I just remembered I need to do these again. Yes, I will do that. That's the name. Right. Alrighty. Alrighty. There we are. I didn't save the palette. Thank goodness I know the color. Mm-hmm. That's supposed to be capitalized. Oh, Dylan. All right. Here we are. All right. All right. Let's fill this in, shall we? Not too hard. Now onto the fun part. This'll do. Mhm. Mhm. All right, there's that. And now get rid of that. Fill that. All right. Tis coming along. I should leave that as is, at least for the time being while I do this. Mhm. I just realized that you probably aren't enjoying sitting in the silence. So let me. Yeah, let's get this going. Shall we? Uh-oh. Missed the spot. All right. All right. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Ew, what the fuck? I just realized this thing hasn't changed. What the hell? There we go. How did I not notice that? Okay, so that's done here. Ooh, there we go. right. I brief intermission. Wait, there are new ones. Let me see. Oh yeah. right. All right. That took a while. But I think it will be done until I do anything with that. As terrible as it looks. Oh. Let's look at my settings. Oh. All right. Oh, come on. Blueprints again. Love it when this happens. Ooh. Let's see, where is facial stuff? Actually, wait, I'll just let you guys see behind the counter here. Hey. No, God. God damn it. Oh. There's a bit of lag there. Background. I do not want that. Oh wait, did that fix it? Question mark. No, it didn't. Why are you fucking looking at the camera? Ah, there we go. Oh, come on. All right. Alrighty. Waka waka waka. Let's see.
up with your sins in the church. You do it in the streets. You do it.
The Polytechnical. How's the evening going? It's going all right. I haven't been doing anything political for a little while now. I was working on a drawing. I'm going to see if I can't make a half functional. Also, yes, the model is doing weird things. Like, wow. Trying to see if I can't get proper face tracking going. As of right now, it doesn't seem to be going very smoothly. I'm stuck in a whistle position. If I'm right, it should be like these 4 things. But I know that for sure. Wish there was a way, at least to properly see where the things are. Anyway, how's your evening going, Mord? Going all right? Body hates me sometimes, but I wound up not being able to sleep last night. Hit me like a truck at noon. Imagine just getting up. I'm joking. I hope you work nights if you're just getting up. Speaking of, Yeah, in a little bit I'm gonna have to hop off because I need to get to bed for work too. I would need to get off for work. Let's see. Hmm. All right. I mean, I gotta work at 8 a.m. tomorrow, so I'm sitting down, tearing down the barrel of a Hell March. Oh, fuck, dude. That sucks. And we're kind of in the same. I need to wake up at 7 to get to work, but then again, I didn't just sleep for what, probably like 12 hours. Oh, you said noon, so closer to 10 at this point. So, I don't know, like, eat a whole ball of melatonin gummies and, I don't know, high five the Hat Man while you're at it. But, no. Should be told, me, go over to here. You fucking move. Let me just get this ready. I'll slug through it like I usually do when this happens. It sucks, but life goes on. True. True and real. But let's see. Ooh. I love it when my European countries get conquered. Oh boy, what is this? Oh, it's a Hassan response. Or comment rather. Let's see what he says. Genuinely, how are drama channels not milking Asmongold clips like they do with iDubbbz? Bro is way more of a lol cow than Ian ever was, especially considering right now. Because they are all mostly right-wing and or want to maintain a right-wing audience after years of trying to... Oh, wait, it's this fucking clip. Or image. Fucking Christ. These fucking guys. These fucking... Given that Asmon can politely disagree with his audience and Hassan can't, pretty sure we can tell whose audience captured. True. And scroll all the way back up here. Another aspect of it isn't necessarily just the audience capture. And granted, new to this whole, content creating thing. But with Asmon is able to articulate the stuff he does. Oh, God. I don't think you can see this, but I found where the quote comes from. But anyway, aside from that, the issue is, as you said, Asmon can politely disagree with his audience. Along with that, it's not just that these guys can't, it's that they actively don't. Like, they intentionally avoid it. And you can see it especially with Hassan. Like, I don't know who Bo Blacks is here, but I can say from having seen a bunch of instances with Hassan, even if it's like a few days difference, if the popular opinion has changed just on a dime, he'll change on a dime. And that's why people make fun of people like iDubbbz, because iDubbbz will just stop, drop, and roll in whatever new shit there is, despite it stinking. Whereas Asmon, despite being the Lich King, he sticks to being the Lich King. He doesn't try to make himself anything else because everyone knows what he is. He knows what he is. He knows everyone else knows what he is. And that's kind of that. And then we have Hassan, who's just a raging dipshit. But let's see, what is Hassan up to? I'm gonna read something that's gonna get me taken off of YouTube. What do you think? What do you think, Mord? How many tweets do you think it'll take? 1, 2, 3, maybe? Why did Dave Rubin even choose to do this? He would have lost the debate to an empty chair. Truly the dumbest the right has to offer. Oh boy, let's see. Well, inflation is currently down, at least compared to what it was. Yes. 3 before you're risking treason. Oh man. Only 3? I'm already on number 2. Yeah, but oh boy, name any metric? Was it any metric? I just want to make sure. Inflation. Technically the stock market. GDP doesn't necessarily mean everything. You can have GDP going up, global domestic production. If my memory serves, that's what GDP stands for. You can have a bunch of effectively slave labor going on, but GDP go up, graph go up, number go better. So GDP alone doesn't mean anything. I don't know what the real median wage growth was at the end of his, so I won't speak on it. That's a fucking lie right there. Over the last 4 years, so including the years that everyone was being rehired after COVID. Yeah, that's a perfectly fair metric to stand against. Year over year. So over what? Not even 2 years at this point? But year over year? Just look at Canada. We're inflating the GDP by importing more people by the dump truck. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly. Like, a good example, kind of half non sequitur, but there was a guy that I met. I did a brief stint in college, not to brag, not to toot my own horn. Wait, where's? There we go. Yeah, there we go. But when I went to college, on my way back from a Walmart, I bumped into a guy, dope ass old black guy, and I don't remember exactly what the conversation was, but just kind of general. What are you currently thinking about, like the election? Because the election was coming up, and well, it would have been midterms at the time actually, and kind of actually wait, I remember how it started. He said it was from Florida. That's why. And at the time, DeSantis was a front runner. I don't know how much you know about the American election at that point. But effectively, DeSantis was the front runner, aside from Trump. And I was talking with the guy because, like, hey, how you doing? Where are you from? Florida. Oh, that's really. Hey, out of curiosity, if you don't mind me asking, like, what do you think of DeSantis as president? And he said something along the lines of, I would vote for Donald Trump. I'm not a Republican, but I would vote for Donald Trump before I vote for DeSantis. And funnily enough, I know enough that DeSantis was doing well until he nuked his own platform for more. Yeah, he did. And as the black gentleman described, and this ties back into the importing by the dump truck. In Florida, there is a massive, like, orange business. Like, they grow oranges, like arboring, like how you would arbor lemons or apples or olives. Basically, they needed a bunch of people to pick like the oranges. And in the area, there aren't enough people like just free to do stuff. There's just that many oranges. And as a major aspect of the economy, well, at least of farming, I shouldn't say the economy as a whole, but a major aspect of farming required like some seasonal people to come in, and certain policies by DeSantis basically just snubbed that. So, like, as you put it, the GDP is being inflated by the dump trucks of immigrants. Part of the GDP for like that aspect of farming was, I don't want to say inflated, but it was heavily supplemented by just bringing people in. And especially with a situation like this, where it's just, well, GDP, this, that. If you have a bunch of people who are being removed for whatever reason, GDP goes down. And I know he's not talking about immigration in this, but there's like so many different aspects of just, oh, what can we measure by? You can't magically just measure something and treat it as though it's like this massive thing. It just isn't. Especially when it's like GDP, because what all goes into GDP in the end? Like aside from just production, because you can have one. Let's say you had like the Flash doing every single job in America, unemployment would be like effectively 100% because he's doing everything. Only one guy, but GDP would be fine because he's making everything. So it's like, oh, point to this, or this. Well, there's quite a potential for if you have two of these things, the other thing goes down. So this, I already can kind of tell what this guy's doing, and it's a stupid thing. Granted, Rubin doesn't handle this well from everything I've seen so far, but oh, so wait, have you looked at the stock market? Well, these two are worse off. Ooh, what a schmuck. I give you an answer, you don't like the answer, so you just deny it. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. When the hell did he get banned from the UK? A minute. What's this? What is this? Oh, get a look at this. Breaking, Labour have barred anti-Zionist Twitch streamer Hassan Piker from entering the UK after Zionists demand his visa be revoked for opposing Israel. That's probably not the reason why they had his visa revoked. 4 down from treason. I was 1 off. 1. I mean, it's not exactly treason. This is the UK. It's not Turkey. He's not quite in treason yet. Well, hang on. I didn't look at the third one. This is the third one right here. So let's. All right. Last year, Hassan Piker spoke at Oxford Union and highlighted the rise of anti-Semitism. He highlighted what? Yeah. He highlighted what? Huh? Yeah. Last year, Hassan Piker spoke at the Oxford Union and highlighted the rise of anti-Semitism, fascism, and the dangerous conflation between criticism of Israel and all Jewish people. He was invited to speak again, but pro-Israel groups successfully persuaded the UK government to ban him from entering the country. No, riddle me this. I guess you can consider this. You can consider this the same as the. I guess it would actually be the 5th. There's a goofy little thing in between. So yes, you were right. You were right, Mord. It is 3. This is connected to the other one. I want to see what the comments say. Oh boy. Oh boy. You don't hate these people enough. I'm so surprised. So wait, this guy doesn't, follow these guys to keep an eye on them to make sure that they aren't doing anything wrong? Wow. It's crazy. Can't believe it. Uh, Great. So let's see if he has anything else. Oh, Burnt Peanut got a... What? Oh, God. Oh. Asmongold Gold on Hassan's ban from the UK. You shouldn't have been supporting terrorist organizations. You should have avoided this by not supporting terrorism. It's actually not very popular in a lot of places in the world. You can be critical of Israel while saying Hamas is a terrorist organization and not gassing up Houthis on your stream, and you saying you don't have a problem with Hezbollah. Be critical of Israel while saying Hamas is a terrorist org, and not gassing up Houthis on your stream and saying you don't have a problem with Hezbollah. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Nick Shirley isn't supporting terrorist groups. That's why he can go and you can't. It's not up to me if Tucker and Fuentes should be banned. Okay, number 2. Oh, wait, actually here. Good. Good. True. True and real. Also, is it just me? I don't know how many people have noticed, but he 100% is just copying Nick Fuentes, like his style right here. I just realized my character's off. There we are. Founding Fathers gave us everything we need to ensure we don't wind up where we are right now, or we didn't wind up where we are right now. Bill of Rights, the Constitution, the Second Amendment. We're just going to throw it all away and pretend we don't see what's happening to us as we speak. Oh there, buddy. Hold on now. A wise man once said that only when all communication has failed does violence begin. Let's keep it cool. Okay. But yeah, he's 100% just copying a funny Fuentes man. You know, the gayest right-wing Democrat of all time. I'm saying Fuentes specifically is gay because he actually did in fact get sucked off. It was either he sucked off or he got sucked off by Destiny. So he's also not supporting the communists that are in charge. You know, the ones that have an oligarchical business that technically owns everything when it comes to production of oil in Cuba. Something tells me he's specifically, when he says Shirley can go, he's talking about Cuba. And fun fact, Shirley almost, well, actually, there is no almost. I don't believe. I think he got captured and then eventually released. But yeah, you can tell a lot about someone by how communists treat them. Specifically, if they try to forever box you or not. Hassan didn't get the forever box treatment. He got the red carpet. Well, it is red, but that's just because it has a hammered sickle on it. So, but yeah. Fuentes, not Fuentes, Shirley can go because he's actually being critical. And Hassan is just a bitch. Let me wrap my brain around this. Hold on. Let me get in my car. I need to go 120 in order to really wrap my head around like this poll right here. Nick Shirley is supporting the Mussolini brand of communism, is what I'm understanding here. You mean the same communism that, well, sorry, actually, you mean the same fascism that is based on old Roman, well, loosely based, heavy air quotes, on loose. Damn, imagine associating them with the fascism because they were National Socialists. But okay. Okay, Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia. Populist political philosophy, movement, or regime, such as that of the fascisti, which I believe well, if my memory serves, comes from the old Roman. Well, actually, the fascisti was different, but the fasci actually comes from an old Roman thing which represented nobility. Fun fact. Kind of weird, but a fun fact. That exalts nation and often race above the individual, that is associated with a centralized autocratic government headed by a dictatorial leader. This is characterized by severe economic and social regimination. That's not a word I often see. And by forcible suppression of opposition. Oh, like the communists. Yeah, like the communists. You know, the communists in Cuba. The ones that, you know, own basically any incoming money because they own the oil production. It's autocratic because there's a dictator, one guy, who basically controls everything. Yeah, so, like, Cuba, right? I'm getting that right, aren't I? I think I am. What the fuck is up with his jitter? Oh, shit. My bad. Thank you. Properties. Fuck. Let's see. Actually, I'm gonna... Boo! I'm big now. Yeah, that's right.
Moving as a uniparty, and
That volume good. He's still nervous about the whole getting called up by Congress and also getting called out for being a narc by his count. Yes, actually. That is... Fuck, I forgot he fucking narked. Just realized I don't have a chat box on this. Chat box. Yay.
and things are going.
Yeah, people are universally aligned against terrorism. It's an
Not universally. Hassan isn't. And unfortunately, Hassan is a people.
existential threat to both the UK.
I can't say that I'm on Twitch and YouTube.
And also to America. That's correct. This is a correct analysis. He's right. You think Tucker and Nick Fuentes should also be banned? Well, number one, it's not up to me. Number two, no, of course not, because they don't support terrorist organizations.
The Western liberal democracies that are supposed to protect and preserve speech, even if they don't have a First Amendment like we do here in the United States of America, they're supposed to.
Hassan doesn't care about.
It doesn't matter if they're supposed to. They don't have the First Amendment. They don't have to. Yeah, that's a funny thing that a certain funny man over here isn't really getting. And it's rich coming from him, free speech.
About freedom of speech, doesn't care about any of this.
He doesn't.
He had no problem
Not at all.
getting Nick Fuentes deplatformed. He never said anything negative about me getting deplatformed. He has no. Whenever he's talking about freedom of speech, he's talking about his freedom of speech.
Mm-hmm.
He would never support Nazis to be able to say what they say. He would never support, the.
No, he would. He would. Unfortunately, the issue is that he won't support anyone he deems as such, because he's just using the label of a what would a good North American zebra insect? I think that would be a good analogy there. But he will use that title, that label, just so he can completely disregard anything someone says. And unfortunately, he would 100% support the real ones because he would get something out of it. He doesn't actually give a shit. He's effectively slinging platitudes around. Just so, ooh, look how good I am. Look how virtuous I am. Listen to me. Here's, let me jingle my keys of authority in front of you.
KKK to say what they say. He's not supporting that at all. He's okay with them getting deplatformed, but the moment that it happens to him, well, now it's different. Oh, okay.
Being critical of Israel while effectively combating anti-Semitism is not a good enough.
You're not combating anti-Semitism. If you were combating anti-Semitism, your chat that we're all subscribed to wouldn't be spamming hearts when you were reading a manifesto of a terrorist that killed 2 Israeli ambassadors.
Yeah, that too. That too. I would need to see, like, I would need to see the whole thing, not just the jump cut right there. But I do know of his chat doing that. So, I mean, I've seen the video of it. So, took away my capacity on the internet to read the things that crazy people write. Can't believe it. This fucking guy.
These are people that had nothing to do with the war. They weren't soldiers. They weren't fighting. They were just simply people in that country. Like, I mean, it's just definitionally not true.
Between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, this conflation between Judaism and Zionism.
The problem is that you are okay with organizations and groups that combine them. So basically, when you say that I'm not anti-Jewish, I'm anti-Zionist, that falls apart whenever you also say that you support the Houthis, who have their label and like this is their slogan, is a curse on the Jews. It doesn't say a curse on the Zionists. It doesn't say a curse on Israel. It says a curse on the Jews. So when you support people that are in favor of the ethnic extinction of Israel and everybody inside of it and Jewish people collectively, yeah, they're going to think you're anti-Semitic. That's like saying that, like, well, I'm not a Nazi, I just support Hitler. Well, I don't... what's the difference, right? It's a difference without a distinction. You're trying to launder your ideology through a separation of supporting a group that supports the ideology.
It's a tactic for victory by definition is what it is. And ooh, man. Does it drive me nuts? But it is what it is. Oh, sneaky.
This is the new motto. No.
Get a load of this guy. Yeah, that guy. Something. I let my girlfriend get cucked once. Something. Oh shit, he went on with Ethan Klein? When the hell did that happen? Ooh.
Have you seen the bank
Hold on.
That one's crazy.
By Eid, Reckless Ben reveals to Ethan Klein that he has a Bansky series that's even crazier than his... How the fuck does it get crazier than the Lego story? Fuck. It was picked up and dropped by HBO and could have Jurassic legal implications. It was supposed to be on HBO. It got greenlit. A 5-part series. First episode is on Patreon. And the second episode, we all got felonies for it. The statute of limitation is 3 years, so we're trying to get lawyers to help us out. It's gnarly, probably crazier than the Lego video. 100%. Once HBO saw the footage, they were like, oh, we can't post that. I think we took it further than they thought, maybe. The other video I couldn't post, or the other video I can't post, they said they'll open the case back up, and it's like 20 years in jail if we post it right now. I should be fine. We're gonna get the best lawyers ever. We have public support. We are in the right. We had a 10-day standoff with the police. The whole LA Police Department, it was sick. I'm gonna need to keep an eye on that. In fact, actually, I'm writing that down in my magical little book here. Where's my magic little book? Oh, it's over in my hoodie. Okay. Man, I'm gonna have to do that later. What? Puma Monster walked hundreds of miles to Twitch only to be denied entrance without explanation. Still haven't heard anything, so we're gonna sit here. I'm just sad, mad too, but I'm just sad. So many of my friends have meet and greets going, panels and workshops, and I just want to see them, smile, surprise them. What? That's a crock of shit. I need to keep an eye out on that. What in God's name is wrong with people who do anything for attention? Are you talking about Reckless Ben? Because if it's Reckless Ben, I don't know if you know about the his Lego situation. Do you know anything about the Lego situation? Because, oh man. And the funny thing is with the Lego situation, imagine being proud of getting into a standoff, not a shootout. Yeah, 10-day standoff with the police, not terminally. So imagine this. All right, though this is a Lego story. I don't know what this, like the HBO series was about, but imagine your dad is like deathly ill. The only way that you could afford any sort of money to like help get him treatment is to sell his lifelong collection of Lego Star Wars paraphernalia. It is like chock full of special, like limited edition things, like collector's wet dream. It is worth $200,000. All right. So you go to your local, very reputable business called Bricks and Minifigs. All right. Bricks and Minifigs, as per legal documentation that they had, there was a consignment thing that they had where basically it's you sell them for this much, you take this much of the profit, I get the rest. I don't know if you've ever put anything up for consignment before, but that's basically what it is. So they put the entire collection up for consignment. Well, the owners of the franchise, sorry, it does that sometimes. The owners of the franchise were thinking about handing it off to someone they trusted, and they were going, like the store owners themselves, not the whole business, but just the store owners were planning on retiring and moving to Spain. And they were going to leave behind the consignment with someone responsible, someone who was going to continue the deal that was signed. Well, basically they spoke to corporate and said, hey, we're going to move to Spain. Is that all right? And corporate said, sure thing. And the next day, corporate came in and just seized the entire store. Technically, they could. That was part of the agreement when they were a franchise. But the issue is that corporate suddenly said, hey, we don't have your Legos. We never signed any deal. We don't do consignments. What the fuck? So eventually Reckless Ben catches on to this because the family is stuck. All the money that they could have used was in those Legos. Granted, they, yes, have jobs and whatnot, but the issue lies in the fact that there is a huge, like, nugget of money that they cannot get. They tried to go into the store. They were eventually, like, permanently banned from the store. They even went so far as to contact the original owners of the store, and the original owner said, yeah, we signed a consignment deal with those guys. We have the Legos. Well, somehow they don't have the Legos. Eventually, Reckless Ben hears of this. He goes out and he does an investigation. And albeit he's a little wacky, he's a little goofy, but everything he does is within the bounds of the law. Well, he gets harassed by the police. And I'm not just saying, oh, the police get called on him a few times. I mean, he, over the course of like 2 hours, has the cops called on him not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, but 5 separate times by the same person over literally just standing on the sidewalk across the street, not doing anything harassing, And Reckless Ben has a series of videos on this topic itself. And you can see everything. Quite literally, there is, like, I know I told you the story about the Battle of the Ballot the other day with Athens, Tennessee. Or at least I said it. I don't know if you were listening, but unironically, this is like the second battle of the ballot at this point, because the cops very actively are, the cops are very actively trying to get this guy arrested. There is a judge, at least one, who signed a warrant for arrest, which would immediately, like, no bail Reckless Ben over threats made to one of the people that he was suing, which is horseshit because he never made one, or at least not in anything that is shown, and there isn't any evidence to prove that he made one, at least none that's been made public to my knowledge. So it's just a fucking shit show. And it is literally an entire town of, like, well, I shouldn't say an entire town. It's 3 guys who all go to the same church, who it's insinuated, no evidence to prove it, but there's heavy implication that they have paid a large, well, there's ample, I shouldn't say there's any illusions, but there is ample reason to believe, given how the police are acting in this situation, that someone of those 3, if not all 3, have at some point in time made a donation to potentially the police department and or the church, because it's like the cops are actively, like, trying to find something. And that's not me being like, 30-30 over here. That is just, oh, this guy doing something that he clearly shouldn't be doing. Oh, there's video recording with the sound already going on a body cam, and suddenly the sound cuts out completely for like 5 minutes, and then it cuts back in magically, which body cams aren't supposed to do that without someone editing the footage at least. And anytime that that's brought up, it's, oh, nope, we didn't edit it. Don't know what you're talking about. Ah, I can't wait for something to happen. It brings me great joy when I see terrible people getting what they deserve. But Moist Critical, Charlie, he has a handful of videos that go through what Reckless Ben has put out with his own commentary. And Reckless Ben has his own videos, if you would like to see them. I would highly recommend looking into this, because holy fucking shit. Shit, man. But yeah, this, oh fuck. And Ben currently is in Mexico because the warrant is shit, like complete dog shit. So he's currently hiding out in Mexico to try to, not get taken in until eventually something that would prevent him from being taken in happens. But man, oh man, it's a mess. Oh. Oh yeah, here's, well, yeah, there's a clip right there. But let's see. What the fuck? Well, let me lean out of the way. See that guy? Get a load of this. Get a load of this. No arms. Human anatomy is a terrible thing. Ooh. What is this? Hassan heckled at the Delaney Hall ICE detention facility in New Jersey? Hassan getting his just desserts, maybe?
That's a political philosophy, right? That's what it says.
They getting him out of there. He just got to. Something just happened, bro. Something just happened. Be careful. I just seen it.
That's probably just landlord's thing again. Maybe. I don't know about the landlord's thing, unless you're talking about what? No. Talking about like his dad being or his mom being a landlord. Is that what you're talking about? Because I think there's a fair bit of the delay here. Let me. That one heckler who went up to Hassan and talked about loving the landlords. What? I haven't heard about this. Hold on. Oh, that must be an old thing. Oh, it's muted, right? Well, all right. Oh shit, this is blowbacks.
So the Bill Clinton troll from the Game Awards recently had a run-in with political Twitch streamer Hassan Piker.
What's going on? How you guys doing? We love land.
Oh my god, this guy. Wait, that's who that is? Oh my god. This is the first time I ever saw this guy. It was a few years back. Remember? Yeah, okay. Then yeah, this. Maybe. Because this is fresh. This is supposed to be in New Jersey, not the 2023 landlords thing. But oh my god, this fucking guy. I remember seeing this guy for the first time on like I think it was the Whatever podcast. And it was, oh, you're educated, name like 10 books you've read. And I don't know what was dumber, like, well, I shouldn't say dumber, what was funnier. The fact that he was like, oh yeah, you're educated, read 10, like, what are 10 books you've read? Like, just him dropping that. Or the fact that the lady he was talking to couldn't even name 10 books. My point is that it's probably the same level of heckling today. Oh, yeah, maybe. But yeah, sorry, getting back on track. Yeah, let's see. Que c'est la brique Trump? Dorge?
Wait, what happened? What happened that quick? What
He's a
happened?
fucking fraud. He don't know what the fuck he's talking about. People following him because he got money.
Yeah.
Look at him running. You don't know what the fuck.
Fuck.
Fuck Twitch. They get out of here with them view bots. You view botting pussy. The fuck out of here, you view botting bitch. The fuck out of here, nigga. Go back to your...
Oh! Ooh! Ooh! That was not me who said that. That was the video. That was the video.
Desktop, you dog abuser. You fucking dog abuser. You abuse dogs, huh? You fucking bitch.
Ooh, spicy words. Yeah, I'm gonna get my boobas smacked. I didn't even say them, but Twitch is lame and gay anyway, so.
You abuse dogs, right? How about we abuse you?
Ooh. Mm. Fuck. You know, for future reference, I'm definitely gonna have to watch anything beforehand. I think this might be a new level of the heckling, because goddamn.
You fucking punk. You abuse dogs? Word? What's up? What's up? You abuse dogs too? What's up? You fucking dog abuser, get the
Yeah, it's ratcheted up a notch or two. One or two, yeah.
fuck out of my shit.
Jeez. I'm a little worried to...
Freedom of speech.
Okay. Part of me was worried that it was going to escalate into something a little bit more. I'm going to stop before anything gets too much more spicy. Hassan's cronies gaggling around him are wild. Unfortunately, like, I'm not surprised. In the wise words of a man that Hassan would probably like, democracy is by the people, for the people, of the people, but the people, they are retarded. So, unfortunately, this is democracy manifest. Because let me tell you, those people, they ain't up there. But, like, it's disappointing. I'm not surprised, but it's still disappointing. Well, get a load of this guy. He's got a gas mask on, like he's someone. Fucking Christ. Oh, he has a gas mask to put on. He doesn't have it on yet. Ooh. Kick CEO on the bots. On botting. Oh boy.
But again, I think, yeah, some people are very big in the stream world because they have faked their way to the top. There's many people. I know a lot of them. They've done a
Probably like a certain someone has an H at the start, ends with an N. But I don't know. I have no evidence to prove it. But I still think it. That's what matters.
very good job. Very clever people. They've been very smart. They've used these bots to completely fake it till they made it, which is genius. It really is. They're very clever kids and adults, actually. But I think this has to stop. It has to stop. It has to stop. We have to put an end to this. We have to put less emphasis on this number. We have to put less emphasis on it. We have to start hiding our view counts. People have to opt into hiding their view counts. That's what we need to do. Tell streamers to hide their view counts. Let's all hide our view counts. It will not affect your discoverability. It will not affect...
Oh, I'll be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if everyone's spotting at that level. There's just too much money not to do so. Not to do it so long as it's not shut down. I think there's definitely some people that don't do it. At least not they themselves do it. Like I'm pretty sure Asmongold said it himself. Like, he's been botted by someone else before, and he immediately went through and banned all the bots. I know some other people like explicitly state that some people would want to bot to try to help and to not do that because it doesn't help, it only hurts. So I wouldn't be surprised if like a majority of people do some level of botting. That being said, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say that everyone does. But like, I wouldn't be surprised if a large portion of people are.
The way in which you're discovered on the platform, it's a silly number. It's a silly number. We're obsessed with the wrong number here. And I think that, you know, what will end up happening is, again, the recommendation engines will end up recommending the right streams. People will stop sorting from high to low, and people who have faked their way to the top will start to see justice. That's my theory. But let's see. Let's see.
All right. I'm interested to see how that will go when it comes to like the hiding of the view count thing. Because what's a good way to put this? I don't know how well it would work. Because there's still going to be people who are going to bot anyway. Because they know that it, in the end, helps. Because in the end, it's... Ooh. In the end, that, like, final number is what matters. So, I hope it'll help. I don't know if it will. Because, like, it doesn't necessarily matter if someone else could see the number, but, ooh. What? Ryan Tyler Cohen shouts out James Tellerico's super hot girlfriend. Congrats to the GOP for forcing the entire country to talk about James Tellerico's girlfriend, who it turns out is super hot. Fundamentally, they need active accounts that are regularly interacting and in good standing, having greater impact on metrics over a not. You know what? True. They do. And in a perfect world, I would say that only people who have, well, had an account that is old enough, that has had a long enough history of interacting, and that keeps a certain level of interaction a day, or like in the stream before it really counts. I would like to do that. I also know that there are plenty of people, myself included, like fun fact, if you didn't know, I'm a Kirsch fan. I listen to Kirsch as I work on Tuesdays and Fridays, and I effectively kind of have to lurk just because I'm listening. Now, granted, if my metric weighed less, I wouldn't be surprised, but it's at that point in time, you'd be weighing someone who is listening with someone who's just a robot. So I don't know. You'd have to pick the one with the fewest evils. I would have never guessed. What? No. Me? You? No. But, like, there's not going to be a perfect way. Here. The best way I can really describe it is there's no such thing as a pick-proof lock, just one that is very, very, very resistant. Yeah, there will always be lurkers. So there's always going to be a way to bypass the lock one way or the other, whether it's through picking, blunt force, just asking very nicely. You just got to make it as difficult to break as possible. That's kind of my perspective when it comes to stuff like that. Or create penalty well, if you create penalties stiff enough that broadcasting the lock broaching the lock becomes punitive to get caught. But given hate bot, yeah. So it's like, once again, it ties back to there is no pick-proof lock that you can just slap on the door. So I don't know. Like, I think there needs to be a certain level of, like, I don't remember who it was. The other day, it came up on like Kirsch's stream, and it was I think it was the average recurrent count that Twitch was thinking about implementing, I believe. And it was to prevent like sudden blow up accounts, like just ones that magically become really popular, and it's because they like bought. But the issue is if it is like Asmon, like, or actually a better example would be Moist Critical. A lock only stops an honest man. That's my father. True. Your father is a wise man right there. But like a good example of kind of what I'm talking about with this, when it comes to like how do you quantify it? Because there's the interaction requirement. There's the like age requirement, which if you just have bots that are old enough, they would pass the age requirement anyway. But if you have even some, oh fuck, don't go in my keyboard. Don't go in my keyboard. Thank you. But it's, yeah. It's funky. It's monkey. It's a little bit messy. Traps. What is this? Someone speculates Asmon is baiting him to post thirst traps for him, being able to fucking ratio base boost to Asmon Gold. Well, he doesn't say effing, does he?
Base boosted ass asthma. I mean, dude, being able to fucking ratio.
Okay. Being able to fucking ratio base boosted Asmon Gold is like this on Elon Musk's Twitter is pretty wild. Sun isn't white, and he's Sun isn't white, and he's fat. Read from chat. What is he saying? That's what he's saying? Question mark. Bro, a guy that looks like Asmongold probably shouldn't ever bring up the way another person looks. Rudimentary repetition tracking for viewers would probably be the next step. If all you say is beep bop, it would downgrade your viewer value, but that's getting into social credit grotesqueness. True. And the issue with that is like kind of what I was starting to say, and then I fucking backed off of it, was Moist Critical, very popular like person on YouTube. He streamed on Twitch for a long time, and eventually he then went over to YouTube for streaming. And if you had just the like repetition tracking for viewers, it would probably immediately flag him because, whoa, he's streaming and he's getting all of these all of a sudden. He hasn't streamed here before and he's getting all this. Ban this guy. But of course, you could just have it not ban and instead just, oh, whoa, let's not pay him. Let's see if this continues. Let's look into this. But that is speculation, or lack of a better statement. And fuck, it is late. Is this what I think it is? Oh, it's not. I thought he was gonna do the crab walk. Nope. Let's scroll randomly. Not quite where I was going with that. I mean, if I only spam one phrase all the time, my value as a viewer would go down. Oh, that too. And I can't think of. It sticks in my mind there was some streamer. What the fuck is up with all this? Oh, that's what it was.
And I'm a
Oh. But, like, let's say, I want to say it was Jinxie, but I don't think it was. There was someone who had, like, a phrase that the chat would say. It might have been IShowSpeed now I think about it. So if it's, like, the common phrase and everyone just says it over and over again because that's what the chat does, do you downgrade that? And this is just like food for thought. Because once again, no perfect walk here. It's just a matter of how thorough can we make the lock without it being so imposing that it prevents anyone. You know? But that's just me. But without further ado, I do unfortunately need to head off, and I'm going to see if I can't raid into someone. I have no idea how to do this. It's a learning experience. Ain't that fun? Let's see. Book. No, she's not on. I don't know who to stream into, who to raid. Darn. Any preference? I have no idea. Not particularly. I have no preference. Let me see. Actually, how does one raid in? Nope. What is the magic button? That's fucking loud. Book. I don't know how to raid. I don't know how to raid. Well, here, let's do the Google box, shall we? Oh, sorry. How to raid on Twitch. /raid username. Oh, that's fairly easy. Let's see. You know what? I'm sending you straight to Queso. Queso Dillo. That's... There we are. I can't raid Queso. Man. Oh, let's see. I'm just going to mute that. Is there anyone on today? No one. Oh, wait. Yeah, I can just send you to Kumi. That'll work. Right? Yeah. I send you to Shadow Realm. Read. I guess you don't get to raid anyone. A true shame. No raids. Just sad disconnect. Well, for those who have joined in the brief time that I've attempted to raid someone, hello. Unfortunately, I am getting off. And to that extent, I can't help but say thank you kindly. Thank you, thank you. But ignore that. But this will be it. C'est la vie. Is that French? Yeah. But anyway, thank you for sticking around. Thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow at 5:30. Later.